Start with Mr. Chapman, Your Honor.
That's three. I got that. Files and
I think it's all on one ticket.
All right.
I don't know how many.
I have like three, two, let's see, two tickets. Yeah, two tickets and then the file itself. All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-00536. 25L2916802. 25L2916801. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Chapman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
Thank you, Honor. Good morning, George, and at APD on behalf of my client standing to my right.
And sir, you are Marvin Chapman, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe this is the offer that has been presented to the defense, and I believe they are going to be accepting it. Mr. Chapman would be pleading guilty to the DWLS. The city would be dismissing the drove unregistered, and he would also be accepting responsibility for the no proof of insurance, along with a Killebrew agreement to no upfront jail, Your Honor.
All right, so my understanding is, and the Killebrew no upfront jail. So Mr. Ned, the offer is a plea to file 25-00536, the driving while license suspended, a plea to the no proof of insurance with a Killebrew of no upfront jail on both of those files. And then as part of the negotiations, dismissed without prejudice, the drove unregistered. Is that my understanding?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with my client last week in extent and this morning very briefly. We've been on board since last week with an offer of this kind. We've discussed it and all the collateral potential consequences that flow from that with the Secretary of State and jail consequences and whatnot. We're going to be asking for a fine the cost sentence. Hopefully you'll be able to entertain that motion request today.
All right, Mr. Ned, may I inquire of your client of their misdemeanor advice of rights?
Sure.
All right, Mr. Chapman, you understand you have you're facing the penalties in this matter of, I believe it's 93 days and or $500. Is that correct?
It
and
is.
The driving while license suspended.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And then on the unregistered vehicle, that one is to be dismissed. And then there's no proof of insurance, which is also a civil infraction. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You understand that there's agreement between the attorneys that you not receive any upfront jail. If I wasn't going to file that agreement, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the following rights in this misdemeanor case. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent, to proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have witnesses against you appear at trial. To question any witnesses are brought against you. To have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense. To remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you. And to testify at trial if you choose to testify. You are represented today for purposes of this final pretrial by Georges and Ned. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the city of Lansing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the driving while license suspended misdemeanor. Is it still your wish today to plead guilty to the driving while license suspended?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna bring your attention back to February 17th, 2025 at the offense location of East Miller at or near South Cedar in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle open to the general public on East Miller, South Cedar in the city of Lansing on February 17, 2025?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you have a driver's license that you knew was suspended, revoked, or denied? Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Okay. I find that the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and actively made. And then on the no proof of insurance, Mr. Annette, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Chapman.
Correct.
All right. Similarly, on February 17, 2025, at East Miller, South Cedar in the city of Lansing, do you accept responsibility, Mr. Annette, on behalf of your client for operating a vehicle with no proof of insurance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rob Collins.
All right.
Flowers, yeah, he has a failure in display.
All right, any objection to the court proceeding right to immediate sentencing of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned, allocution.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since I took on this case, Mr. Chapman, that he has been informed me, essentially he wanted to get done and over with and accept responsibility due to the, I had to do my due diligence. We kept extending it out, trying to see what we could make happen. Fortunately, we could not make things happen in regards to making the license valid. Mr. Chapman is employed full time. He actually has worked this morning. He made sure he came to court on time. He's been present for every court appearance, to my understanding. He's a good citizen of the community. We just asked him to find the cost. He'll be able to pay in a couple weeks. Well, he can pay it next Friday, this Friday. We asked for a couple weeks just for safety concerns. Your Honor, he just wants to go back to work and live his life. He won't do this again.
All right, Mr. Staples, is there anything you'd like to say in this case before the court passes sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Chapman, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No, sir, Your
All
Honor.
right. What is what's the civil fine on no proof of insurance? 135. So on the no proof of insurance with the civil, it'll be $135 to the city of Lansing.
I'm sorry.
$155.
155.
Yes, 150. That one's on the, that's what I was just checking.
All
It's
right.
on the court schedule.
155 on the no proof of insurance. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone. Does your client need some time to make that payment along? Because he's going to have the misdemeanor also. But that's $155. You indicated a couple of weeks.
He could pay this Friday, but just for safety, just a couple weeks.
All right. So set it for $155 to the city of Lansing, 2 weeks out.
July 7th.
July 7th. All right, on the civil infraction, the no proof of insurance, $155 to the city of Lansing, July 7th. On the driving while license suspended, I'll follow the Kilbrew agreement of no upfront jail. Fines will be at $200, costs at $200, crime victims' rights fee of $75, and state minimum court cost fee of $50 for a grand total of $525. $525. And does your client need some time to pay that to the city of Lansing, Mr. Annette?
Same here, this Friday, so 2 weeks preferably.
So July 7th. Now, driving while license suspended, that would be abstractable to the Secretary of State. So it comes with any of those driving ramifications. That'll be $525 to the city of Lansing, and that can be paid online, in person, or by phone. But so both the civil infraction and the misdemeanor, which, let me give you a grand total for that. 525 plus That'll be $680 to the city of Lansing, should be paid before July 7th to avoid any show costs, all right? And up until July 7th, you can kind of make up your own payment plan as you go. The unregistered vehicle will be dismissed as part of the negotiations. Anything else for the record in docket 25000536 for the accompanying tickets to 25L2916820 or 25L2916601? Mr. Staples.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chapman, you should be all set. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Then who's next, Mr. Staples?
Mr. Roser.
Mr. Rose.
Judge, it looks like we might need to arraign him on a ticket too. Not arraign him, but he's got a warrant for a ticket.
Do we have that?
I gotta go pull it.
All right. That, we might as well rein him on that. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2897781. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Robert Roser. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
George and APD on behalf of my client, Saint, am I right?
And sir, you are Robert Roser, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe defense is going to be requesting that this be set out for trial to give Mr. Roser one last chance at trying to get a license.
So set for jury trial. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Annette?
Yeah, yep, the plan is to set this out for jury trial, preferably 6 to 8 weeks out for compliance measures. If those are not successful, then we will let the court know and the prosecution know if we plan on going to jury trial or pleading guilty.
All right, so we have a prior adjournment on October 29th was for 30 days. And then a prior adjournment for 30 days on January 6th. And then a fail to appear on February 3rd.
He was in jail at that time, Your Honor.
All right, yeah, and there's an indication that he was in jail. So you can, we'll set it, just set it on the regular jury trial. Okay. So set for jury trial 4.
I'm trying to remember the ordinance jury is for July. It is July 21st at 8.
July 21st at 8:15.
Aaron, is it possible to extend that a little further?
No, it's not. This has been already extended from September was the initial arraignment. So we're coming up on almost a year, it'd be 10 months. So, all right, and then Mr. Roser, so I'll set it for July 21st at 8:15. They'll keep it on the regular jury trial calendar. And then Mr. Ned, your client, I believe, has a warrant. And on that, clean that up. It's just a show cause. All right, so Mr. Roser, this is just a show cause to rein you in, and what we do be doing is avoiding a warrant. Okay, so we're on the record in 21L2678261. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Robert Roser. This is the time set for a driving complaint. And it would appear that you had a balance due of $180 and no payment's been made on that balance. Do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Roser?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. $80. I can give about what extension are you looking for the $108?
Say 90 days.
About 90 days. All right, so let's extend a 90-day extension on that. what's that? September 22nd. All right, Mr. Roser, you'll avoid the show cause if you're able to make payment of that $180 to the city of Lansing by September 22nd. That's when it's due. You can make your own payment plan as we go up to there.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in 21L2678261? Mr. Roser, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Is Boyd on, is Boyd on?
I'm uncertain.
Then I guess Shambusto is next.
Chambusto? Right, did you want to go on Mr. Shambuso? Shambuso. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00933. That is City of Lansing versus Claude Shambuso. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Shambusho, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Claude Shambuso, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in this matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe there's going to be a request for an adjournment. I think this is his first appearance with counsel, at least per our records, so we would have no objection.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. When I spoke with Mr. Shambusho, he indicated that he is currently paying back some fines and costs on the path to trying to get his license back and get it reinstated. He's made some good progress on that, but he has indicated he still needs a bit more time for one ticket in Charlotte and one ticket in Grand Rapids. He believes he can have those paid relatively soon, though, so we'd be asking about 45, maybe 60 days to give him some time for compliance. And then I believe we would be able to reach a resolution in this case, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll adjourn for compliance purposes about 6 weeks out. So we'll be adjourned to August 4th at 9:30. Mr. Shabusho, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Harris. He will advance anything to Mr. Staples, the Assistant City Attorney, in concerning this file. And we've adjourned it to August 4th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 25-00933, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing in defense, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Shambuso, you're all set.
I can't hear you guys. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yeah,
don't hear you.
we're on mute in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, but you should be able to hear us now. All
I can hear
right,
you.
ma'am, you are Dolores Davis. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Davis has obtained a valid license, so we would be moving to amend the 2584 file to an impeding traffic. Furthermore, she has informed us that the vehicle in question has been scrapped. and is no longer on the road. So we would be amending the 672 file to no plates, which is MCL 257.255, a 0-point non-abstracting civil infraction.
Yes, Your Honor, I've spoken with my client, and my understanding is that we would be accepting responsibility to the civil infraction. My client would be requesting at least 90 days to pay the fines and costs, Your Honor.
All right, what is on the impeding traffic?
They should,
Fines and costs on
I
that.
they
believe
should
they-
both be 135, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my understanding as well.
Let me double check the court's fines.
All right.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Harris, you'll be accepting responsibility for both of those civil infractions on behalf of your client.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So in regards to 1902584, we're reducing that to an impeding traffic, the $135 fine. And all right, for conduct that occurred on June 6th, 2019, at Saginaw, at or near Pruden in the city of Lansing. Mr. Harris, you accept responsibility on behalf of your client for impeding traffic on that date.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also accept responsibility for your client, no plates on the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you indicated about 90 days for that $135 fine?
Yes, Your Honor. She's requesting at least 90 days.
So we'll set it for 120 days to the city of Lansing for both tickets. And that'd be $135 for the no plates civil infraction and $135 for impeding traffic. And what date is that? 120 days? So it'll be October 21st. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone. And as long as it's both tickets are paid by October 21st, that'll be $135 for the improper plate civil infraction, which is a no plates, and a impeding traffic civil infraction. As long as both are paid by October 21st, there won't be any problems. So if it works out with your finances, you can set your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by that date. All right, ma'am? All right. Anything else for the record in 1902584 for the accompanying ticket of 1900063 672, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Davis, you should be all set. Thank you. And then Mr. Harris and Mr. Annette, did you need to speak? Did you need to speak with any?
Yes, I would need to speak with Mr. White and Mr. Woody, Your Honor.
All right. So once you join us, Megan will put you in with Mr. White first, and then Mr. Woody.
Thank you.
Then Mr. Annette, did you need to? I don't know if Mr. Annette's here. All right, Megan, you can make the breakout rooms or already have.
They're already open, but I can place them there when he joins.
I think White. There's Mr. Harriet. And I'll let you do your work.
Yes.
It's Mr. Woody and then Mr. White. After that, Mr. Ned, did you need to meet with anybody?
Your Honor, I looked at Mr. Flores' file, looks like we withdrew or he did some about an ex parte motion last year. I'm not sure if we represent or what's going on with that.
I would, if you, I think our last is that you might have withdrawn.
On which, Mr. Flowers?
That was what we had mentioned too.
Transarea Flowers. I have,
They withdrew, but then when he was recently arraigned, he requested CAA again. And 514, I showed him requesting new counsel. It was withdrawn because it had been a warrant status for so.
all right.
When did he get arraigned?
May 14th.
So was a, so he probably, I don't know, did Mr. Flowers fill out a financial application? I'm assuming that you would require, that would be required by your office. After it's been, after you've withdrawn.
I don't see one.
He was arraigned by Judge Simmons, and for the computer, he requested CAA.
Is it May 14th?
May 14th, 2025.
Yeah, can we get an adjournment on this one?
Did you want to talk to him or,
Yeah, let's,
yeah, just to explain
maybe.
that to him, just in case. Mr. Flowers, I'm going to put you in. It's my understanding you indicated at your arraignment that you wanted to be represented by the public defender. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Once Mr. Ned joins the room, I'm going to place you in a breakout room and he can explain to you everything that's needed. And then we'll come back and put it on the record. All right.
Okay. Nah, you come out, baby. Oh, Yeah. Yeah. That's it. No. Yeah. Yeah. Virtual. Sure, then I can have your trustees go on.
All right, Mr. Staples, what case are we calling next?
I don't know where we are with the people in the various jails, but I know Ms. Bell is here in the courtroom. There's some issues with her representation, so we can go on the record. On
All
that.
right, on Maria Bell.
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21L2623882. That is the City of Lansing versus Mariah Bell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And ma'am, you are Mariah Bell, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, Mr. Need was able to look into their system after talking to Ms. Bell about whether or not she had an attorney. It appears that she did request an attorney at her arraignment in May, and that they may have assigned that to conflict counsel. I don't know what the status of the conflict counsel is, but Ms. Bell represented that she has not heard from them. So I think we need to reset this to allow that to get figured out. But that's kind of where we're at, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ned, you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Bell concerning representation by your office. It looks
Sure.
like she was represented at one time by Mr. Hardy.
Yes, Your Honor. I, looking at the file, looks like she was approved, and then the case was conflicted out. My notes indicate that Attorney Rothstein, I'm assuming it's Jeffrey, I'm not sure, but Attorney Rothstein accepted the case and will copy us on the appearance. That was on May 20th. That was a note input by one of our staff. And that's the last note I have.
All right,
So I just notified our office, maybe it was an issue on our end or. So I'm assuming it may be another pre-trial just to get this confusion sorted out.
okay. So we'll adjourn the pretrial because we're trying to sort out the representation. Representation. It may be Jeffrey Rothstein, but we don't know. That would be a conflict counsel. All right, so we'll adjourn for I would think 2 to 4 weeks. Whatever's available in that range.
July 21st.
July 21st at 9:30. So in order to make sure that you're represented and you've had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Ned, we're gonna put this July 21st at 9:30, and then we'll go from there concerning the matter. Anything else for the record in docket 21L263238882, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Bell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I think we have a similar situation with Mr. Flowers having just made application today, Your Honor.
Call Mr. Flowers. You had the opportunity to meet Mr. Flowers, Mr. Ned.
Yes, Your Honor. No, I think what happened is I may have did an arraignments. 'Cause I remember arraigning him a while back on a different file. I may have not requested attorney conflict on this case. I'm not sure. I'm just only assuming. So this is, I believe, maybe my fault.
Let's see, Mr. Flowers. All right, Mr. Flowers, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 21L2689741. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Trensario Flowers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And Mr. Ned.
George Annette APD, and I believe soon to be representing Mr. Flowers.
All right. And sir, you are Trensario Flowers, is that correct? You have to unmute, sir. So somebody from post one would have to unmute. I'm gonna email to let them know that they're muted. And I don't know if you can, I don't know if the iPad will let you unmute Mr. Flowers, but it's usually somebody from the jail has to unmute. There we go. All right, and sir, you are Trensario Flowers, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. it's come to my attention that Mr. Flowers had at a previous arraignment requested a public defender, and that process hasn't been started yet, or is in the middle of getting started. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
I believe that is correct, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ned.
I believe so, Your Honor.
And Mr. Ned, you've started that process today. Does Mr. Flowers have anything else to do for the application to be filed with your office? All right. All right. So Mr. Flowers, we'll adjourn this for a hearing on it. There's one misdemeanor and one civil infraction.
I believe the civil infraction is defaulted, Your Honor.
All right. So, and then it's just a misdemeanor. And we'll set for an adjourned pretrial so that Mr. Flowers can get representation. We probably want to do that fairly timely, a couple weeks.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Can I ask what his bond is on this file?
His bond, it was PR bonded, but then he has a bunch of failed to appears. So 1, 2, 3. So his bond. I just want to see who set the bond on the vote failed to appear at arraignment. That was PR. Judge Simmons set bond at $200. Is that Simmons?
He's not helping us. He's paid that one too.
My understanding, he's PR'd on this case. He's not being held on this case.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. At least that's what the computer says. All right, so we'll reset this. June 21st at 9 o'clock.
July 21st, Your Honor.
For July 21st. July 21st at 9 o'clock. Once again, Mr. Flowers is not being held on this file. He's being held on another file.
Correct.
Anything else for the record in 21L2689741, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Flowers, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Okay, thank you.
And then all right, Mrs. Zell, you're here on the state case.
Okay.
Correct, Your Honor. Give me 1 second.
All right. The OM or SM?
Yeah, this is
SM.
Yes.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00551 OM. That's a pretrial involving Mr. Woody. And then we have a state case of 25-01443 SM. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
All right, Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
All right, and sir, and Mr. Harris, You're here on both files.
Yes, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Woody in regards to both the city case and the state case. He is appearing via Polycom from MDOC, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, you are Stephen Woody, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Woody?
Yes, sir, I can hear you fine.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the city case and the state case. So, Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding on the state case?
City
Or the
case.
city case, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, the city would be offering Mr. Woody an opportunity to plead, to accept responsibility for the civil infraction of breach of the peace.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with Mr. Woody regarding that offer, and he has indicated he would like to accept that offer at this time, and would be requesting that the court, given that he is currently in MDOC, resolving potential parole violations for his cases here, as well as I think some other potential violations. I would simply request that any fines and costs, that the court, if possible, consider lowering or otherwise waiving fines and costs. If not possible, letting him, I would request that the court allow him to get in contact with the court about payment plans once he has resolved his matters with them.
What is the anticipated out date of MDOC?
I believe he was arraigned on the potential violations and was advised they were going to be appointing an attorney to represent him on those parole violations. I don't believe he was given an expected out date as of yet.
All right, breach of the peace comes with a $150 fine. That's a civil infraction, is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
And Mr. Harris, you'd be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client for that offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so in regards to conduct which occurred on February 20th, 2025 at 601 North Larch Street in Erie in the city of Lansing, do you accept responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace on that date, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set fine at $150. And then without an out date, my indication is Mr. Woody can contact the
Yes.
civil department, let them know the problem with the Department of Correction, so that they can either A, do this by mail, or B, allow for an since we don't have an out date.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
what's anticipated, just so we know what the plan is.
Yes, and just to confirm for Mr. Woody, I believe we would need to contact the criminal department, not the civil
Yeah,
department.
I think that it would, so any fine, it's a fine of $150. D is currently incarcerated with the Department of Corrections. And so that $150 is, so D is to contact 54A Criminal Department. And that just, sir, Mr. Woody, just let them know your status and why you're not being able to pay because you're incarcerated, and then they'll work from you from there, okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, Your Honor.
All right, anything else for the record in 2500551, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Thank you, Your Honor, and I believe me and Mrs. L would be ready to go
All
on
right.
the state cases.
All right, so we'll call to the record docket 2501443. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Woody. Appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezel, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Woody. He is currently appearing via Polycom from NDOC, Your Honor.
All right, and once again, sir, you are Stephen Woody, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Thank you. All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding, or do you like to defer to Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, it sounds to me that at this time we have another open case in a different district court that we may be able to find a global resolution with. However, that court is unaware of where Mr. Woody is right now. So we are asking for this to be set up for either a final pretrial or an additional pretrial to get that worked out in the additional district court and potentially find a resolution.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor, I looked into that case. I do see it's currently open at the 54B District Court. As far as I can tell, it seems like an arraignment and then a show cause presumably for failure to appear for the arraignment was set over there back in May when I believe Mr. Woody was in custody. I believe at that time he may have already been in custody with ICJ. So I would be trying to get in contact with them, with 54B about his custody status so that they can get him arraigned there and potentially get an attorney from my office assigned so we can potentially work out some kind of global resolution with that case, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll adjourn. So how long do you think that'll take, Mr. Harris?
I think we should be able to get that done within 30 days, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll adjourn for 30 days for global resolution. Mr. Woody, the defendant has to be arraigned on a separate charge coming out of 54B. I don't think they know where Mr. Woody is, so they have to be arraigned, and then an attorney would have to be appointed. So we'll adjourn for 30 days too. In that vicinity. We could probably go a little later. I don't think we.
I just need to get back to the state. July 22nd at 9.
All right, we'll set it for July 22nd at 9 a.m. That'll be a Tuesday. This is out for your date. We'll set it on July 22nd, and then Mr. Harris, you can work on getting Mr. Woody seen on the pending case, and then we can look at a global resolution.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 2501443, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Oh.
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. L.
No, Your Honor.
I called the wrong prosecutor there. Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Woody. We'll see you on that July 22nd date. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you.
And you should be all set, Mrs. L. Thank you for attending our city ordinance day.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, this is Jada. I'm so sorry. I was just wondering if I was supposed to be here because I couldn't download Zoom.
What's your name, ma'am?
Jada Roberts. So sorry for interrupting.
That's fine, Your Honor.
I see, Jada Roberts. All right, ma'am, you're here for your 10:30, and you're in the right place. So just stand by, all right? You're in the right place.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2500853. That is City of Lansing versus Sierra White. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Sierra White. He is currently appearing from the Ingham County Jail via Polycom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Sierra White, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. White?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I believe this may be being set for trial, but I will defer to Mr. Harris. Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
If possible, Your Honor, I would be requesting, I guess, a final pretrial date as we move towards trial. I have been able to go over the discovery from the city attorney's office. And my goal was to have an investigator look into and speak with Mr. Francisco White regarding some statements that were made during that. So I would be requesting a final pretrial to give me some time to get that investigator to speak with Mr. White as we prepare for trial.
All right, and we'll set for final pretrial on,
July 14th at 8.
we'll set for final pretrial on July 14th at 8:30. And continue from there. All right, anything else for the record in 25-00853, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. White, we'll see you for final pretrial on July 14th at 8:30 and go from there. That's all for the record. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Riley, we'll call your case. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01278 and 25L2938652. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Elijah Riley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Riley for the pretrial, Your Honor. She is appearing via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Elijah Chantel Riley, is that correct?
Yes,
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Riley?
yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe there's going to be a request for an adjournment to allow her to try to get a license.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. When I spoke with Ms. Riley, she indicated last week, she indicated she was going to be scheduling an appointment with the Secretary of State to try and get her license resolved to engage in compliance. So we would be requesting at least a 60-day adjournment to try and give her some time to go through the steps of getting her license so that we can potentially achieve compliance in this case.
All right. So we'll adjourn for compliance purposes. We'll set for August 4th at 9:30 on both matters. August 4th at 9:30. So, Ms. Riley, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Harris, and provide any paperwork that he may deem necessary to advance to the city attorney. And we've set for August 4th at 9:30 for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record in 25-01278 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Riley, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris, you said.
They can get proofs out of that. Just rely on there.
Sure.
Yeah,
I believe, Your Honor, I'm ready on Mitchell and then also Perkovic.
Well, Mitch. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23L297999311. That is the city of Lansing versus Corey Ale Mitchell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Mitchell, who's appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Corey A.L. Mitchell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe there'll be a request for an adjournment. We're working on getting some proofs from Ms. Mitchell about the status of the vehicle showing that it was wrecked. So we're just looking for some time to be able to gather those.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. When I spoke with Ms. Mitchell last week, she indicated that it was wrecked and destroyed in a junkyard. I think after the ticket was issued and filed in the period, as it is a 23 case. I spoke with the prosecutor about that, and he has indicated he would prefer to see some documentary proof of that. Ms. Mitchell indicated that she does not currently have that proof. However, she is going to try and get that proof. So we would be requesting an adjournment to give her some time to try and get that, Your Honor.
All right, I can grant one, well, let's do this. Let's set it for final pretrial since we've got one failed to appear. But let's set it for final pretrial to keep the case moving along because it's a 23 case.
Yes, Your Honor.
But in the meantime, Ms. Mitchell can get whatever documentation she needs to provide to the city. And we'll set it for final pretrial, but provide some time for that documentation,
Yes,
4 to
Your
6 weeks. All right, so 4 to 6 weeks out for the final pretrial. I don't know what date.
July 21st.
Okay. So set for July 21st at 8:30. On the misdemeanor. So the speeding ticket must have gone to default.
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, so that's the misdemeanor unregistered plate is still out there, and we've adjourned it to final pretrial on July 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 23 L29799-311, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not in defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, we've set it for final pretrial. That can be attended via live in person on the 6th floor City Hall of Lansing for July 21st at 8:30. All right, ma'am?
Okay, sounds good.
You're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then Mr. Perkovic.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03249. That is the City of Lansing versus Joshua Perkovic. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Perkovich. He is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Joshua Perkovic?
Perkovich, Your Honor. Yes.
And all right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Perkovic?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city has made Mr. Perkovich an offer to accept responsibility for the civil infraction of breach of the peace.
And is that a fair statement of Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. When I spoke with Mr. Perkovich, he indicated that before he considered that offer, he was hoping to see a video from the Quality Dairy of this incident alleging to have happened. I've received a lot of body cam footage from the incident in question. However, the video footage that I believe in the police report is listed as being viewed by Officer Mosby that purports to show my client engaging in the act of littering. There's an indication in the police report that Officer Mosby viewed that footage. However, footage of him viewing that footage is not included with the body cam footage I've gotten. And my understanding from speaking with Mr. Staples is that Officer Mosby provided a link to the Quality Dairy employee to upload that footage, and that footage has yet to be uploaded. If at all possible, Your Honor, I would perhaps request a second attempt at getting that footage as we continue, and request I guess today, request either an adjournment or a final pretrial one.
I can set for final pretrial for continued discovery issues. So we'll set for final pretrial for a month out. That July date works.
July 21st at 8:30, please.
July 21st at 8:30. All right, so Mr. Perkovich, that'll be live on the 6th floor City Hall of Lansing, and we've set for final pretrial on July 21st at 8:30. Anything
Your
else for the
Honor.
record in 24-03249, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Mr. Perkovich, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Oh, it's
code compliance.
Mr. Annette, are you ready on, I think we're done with the in custodies. I have Boyd, Stringham. Collins was in custody. I don't see him.
I think he might have left the post.
So we can't do Collins without Mr. Collins being here. Laquan Green. Those are, they must be FDAs or in that vicinity, I would expect.
Boyd is FDA. The others, I don't recognize the name. I'm gonna take a second.
Well, let's call Boyd now and then we'll go from there. All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-02274. That is City of Lansing versus Cedric Boyd. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Annette.
George at APD on behalf of my client who's not here today.
All right, thank you. This is a time set. A final pretrial was set for 8:30. It is now 10:30. And I do not see Cedric Boyd in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom or hallway. I know his name was called in the hallway. Based on counsel's representations, it would appear that Mr. Boyd has failed to appear for the final pretrial. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Given Mr. Boyd's many prior failures to appear, we would just ask that a bench warrant be issued.
All right, I have a failed to appear pre-arraignment, but then post-arraignment on July 30th, on September 24th, on September. He was arraigned on the failed to appear on the 26th, failed to appear on November 12th. So we'll issue a bench warrant, an immediate bench warrant for the failed to appear. Anything else for the record in 23-02274, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Annette.
Hang on, thank you.
And then, I don't know, Mr. Annette, if you're involved in string?
Right now.
He's on Zoom. I don't have and I haven't paid via phone. That's what they indicated. I've also got I've got an indication from the city that he's paid.
Okay, then we can just dismiss, Your Honor.
All right.
Which one?
All right. So, Mr. Stringham, let's call your case. I do have an indication that the total amount was paid to the city in the amount of $1,354.01. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket 1801635. That is the City of Lansing versus Scott Stringham. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Stringham.
Yes, sir.
And you are Scott B. Stringham, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Stringham?
I can.
Thank you. And you are unrepresented on today's date, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Mr. Staples, based on the representations of the court, what is the city's position?
Based on the court's records provided showing that this debt has been paid in full, the city would move to dismiss, Your Honor.
All right. I think it's not on a ticket, so I think we'll need a nollie cross.
Mr. Staples, what's your bar number, please?
84571.
So let me have that printed out. And Megan, that here's the, just so Mr. Staples can see, that's the City of Lansing printout.
Very good.
All right, so Mr. Stringham, I'm in possession of the nollie pros or order of dismissal on 1801635. Based on the city's nollie pros of this file, I'm going to sign it. That means the case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue. That's really a default. Realistically, the case is dismissed today. All right, sir?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 1801635, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Stringham?
No, I do have a quick question. Will
Sure.
I receive a copy of what you signed there?
Yeah, you will. You can, since you're not in person, we can send it. We have the last known address at the Clinton Township. Is that a good address?
That
For
is.
notification purposes? All right.
Yeah.
All right. We can send it to that, the signed copy to that address.
Okay.
All right. You should be all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, quick one final, just do I need to,
Sure.
as far as closing the gap with the Treasury office, is that something that I'll need to pursue as well, or will you?
No, I think since the file's dismissed, I think that closes the gap.
Yeah, I would just touch base with them and make sure you don't have any other outstanding returns, but this case is concluded.
Right.
Okay, all right,
So
perfect, thank you.
that's probably a good idea, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
Okay. All right,
All
thank
right,
you.
you're all set, Mr. Stringham. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Somebody
Sure.
had a post and then
Here.
they left.
Okay.
First is here.
Okay.
That's what I've currently done. I don't see any of my other people on it. So I can go check the halls to see if anyone else is here.
All right, good. I want to wait on Mr. Collins just because he's incarcerated.
Yes, Your Honor. I am currently ready on Holmes and on Mr. DeAndre Holmes and Mr. Craig Erskine. I was going to check the hallway to see if any of my other clients might be out there.
All right. And then who represents Laquan Green?
Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Is that you or is that Mr.?
I believe that might be Mr. Need, but if you give me just a moment, I can confirm that. I believe that was previously one of yes, that is Mr. Need, who
All right.
was previously one of Mr. Lee's cases.
When he comes in, let's call that case.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Wade is here on the housing, on the code compliance matter. We can call that one very
All right.
quickly. Mr. Wade.
All right, so we're on the record in a docket 25 is 00-14571. That is People of the City of Lansing versus Timothy Wade. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Timothy Wade, is that correct?
Yes, I'm.
Thank you. This is the time set for the code compliance case. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I did have communication with the officer responsible for this file. He did go out and do an inspection fairly recently. He noted that Mr. Wade has made substantial progress. There is still a couple things left to remediate. So we would just ask that this be reset for a minimum of 60 days to allow him to continue with his compliance
All right.
measures.
And Mr. Wade, you understand now, or you have an understanding what they're requesting concerning the what additional measures must be taken?
Yes, he took pictures of the things and told me, but he said he was going to check with his supervisor first to see whether I had to do any more or not. I haven't heard anything back,
All right.
so I don't know.
Well,
I did tell him I need time to get things done.
Right.
I had heart surgery in 2021, so I don't move as fast as I used to.
Right. We'll adjourn this out and wait for you to make contact, keep in contact with code compliance, but we'll adjourn out 60 days.
At least, Your Honor,
All right.
yes.
All right. So 60 to 90 days.
August 18th at 9.
All right. We'll reset, adjourn this hearing. That is August 18th. At what time? At 9 o'clock. You should receive notice from my court officer as you've done it. And we'll see you again here on August 18th at 9 o'clock, right, sir?
All right, Your Honor.
All right.
Just keep in contact with Shadi and let him know what's going on, and he'll keep us apprised.
All right.
All right.
Well, the biggest problem was trying to get the trailers off the property. It's, I didn't realize that couldn't have them on there because
Yeah.
everybody else has trailers on their property.
Sure.
He says it's not enough space between the two buildings to put a trailer in
Gotcha.
there, so
Okay,
I
well,
moved it as quick as I could.
yeah, no, I understand. Just keep in contact with Shadi.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, well, it's the open end times, but I dismissed the other if he has them. I think we just plead on the open end times.
All right, Mr. Ned, do you want Mr. Roberts? Or
I just met with Ms. Roberts. We're ready.
all right. So I'm gonna bring her back. In the meantime, let's call, I think Laquan Green is your file.
Is it? Let me take a quick look.
Or, and
I'd have to look. I can't.
I think Laquan Green is a fail to appear.
Say again.
I think it's a fail to appear.
Yeah, before we go on that, can I just make a phone call?
Sure.
But we can go on Jada Roberts if you want.
All right, let's go on Mr. Roberts.
She has one.
Okay. Sure.
All right, so we're on the record in, I think there's two files here, yep. We're on the record in 25 L2938752 and 25 L2938751. That is the City of Lansing versus Jada Roberts. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Net.
George, at APD on behalf of my client to appear on video Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Jada Roberts, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Roberts?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe there's going to be a request for an adjournment. This being the first appearance, we would have no objection to that request.
And Mr. Annette, is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor, for compliance purposes.
And this is, I have this as the first request for adjournment, so we can go 30 to 45 days. Our first statement.
We don't need that long, Your Honor. It should be resolved by today, essentially.
All right.
The soonest available.
So we can go anytime under that. That will fit within our schedule.
August 4th at 9.
All right, we'll set for August 4th.
Actually, I show 711. She already paid. That's what it's a closed case. So she must have already taken care of that. So I believe the only open ticket is 7-2.
Okay, I've got set for today 25 L2938751. You're indicating that civil infraction's been paid.
Yes.
I'll make a note of that. For the computer. And then we will reset 25 L2938752, which is the misdemeanor for that August date. So that'll be August. What is that?
August 4th at 9.
August 4th at 9:30. All right, so this has been reset. One of these has been reset. The 25 L2938752, the violation permit is reset for August 4th at 9:30 for compliance measures. And we have paid off. We have the computer indicates the careless driving ticket was paid off. That's what the computer says. Anything else for the record in either one of these files, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Net. All right. Ms. Roberts, you're all set. We've reset the violation of the permit for August 4th at 9:30 in this courtroom. All right, ma'am?
Okay, and I also have one more thing. So sorry to interrupt. Okay, so I'm pregnant. My due date is August 7th or 8th. If I go into labor anytime soon, like on my court date or anything like that, will that affect anything? Do I need to call y'all?
You need to call Mr. Ned, your attorney, because he would make a motion on your behalf that you're actually delivering. So make sure you keep in contact with Mr. Ned.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
All right, you're welcome.
And Mr. Roberts, you have my email and phone number, correct?
Correct.
Why don't I just get, okay, thank you.
All right, so Ms. Roberts, you should be all set.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have a good day.
All right, Mr. Green, you can, we're going to call your case next. So we're on the record in docket 25 L293 4542. 25 L293 4541. That is the city of Lansing versus Laquan Green. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Annette.
George Annette, APD on behalf of my client who is appearing via Zoom.
And you are Laquan Green, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Can
All
you
right,
guys
you can hear me? You can hear me all right, Mr. Green?
Yes, I can.
This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or did you want to defer to Mr. Annette?
Your Honor, Mr. Green has obtained his valid full license. So the city would be moving to dismiss the 42 OT, the misdemeanor count, and amend the civil infraction to an impeding traffic.
All right, so the violation of permit would be dismissed.
Unfortunately, they're both labeled violation of permit on the docket.
Are they? Oh. They certainly are. Let's see. I have. So violate, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. What does the computer have in this? Because we got 2 violations of permit. One's go ahead.
They must have entered it wrong. What is actually count one?
Count 1 is a civil infraction license violation of a graduated license permit.
So it would be amending count 1 and dismissing count 2 then, Your Honor.
Mr. Honor, can I just let my client know?
I'm just wondering which one is which. Oh, count with this, so it'd be amending count 1, you're right. Oh, they've got count 1 as, that's the civil infraction, and count 2 is the misdemeanor. How they wrote that's how they wrote the tickets. So how are we proceeding, Mr. Staples?
It would be amending count 1 to an impeding traffic and dismissing count 2, Your Honor. Again, as Mr. Green has obtained his valid full license.
Mr. Green, may I?
You may.
Mr. Green, I thought we were gonna get it adjourned, but it looks like you're getting that offer today. So are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Impeding traffic, civil infraction.
That.
Okay.
So what's the fine on the civil infraction?
That would be $135, Your Honor.
So that would be the amending to $135 on count 1, and count 2 is to be dismissed. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and Mr. Ned, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Green for the civil infraction. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. All right. For conduct which occurred on April 9th, 2025 at the offense location of South Cedar, Mount Hope in the city of Lansing, do you accept responsibility on behalf of your client for being in breach of the peace?
Impeding traffic, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Impeding traffic.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that comes with a fine of $135 to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Annette, or would you like to defer to Mr. Green?
Mr. Green, how much time do you need?
I can get that paid in 4 days. I work at Amazon, so I can get it done.
All right, so let's set it out just for scheduling purposes to July 3rd. just to be safe. So we'll set out to July 3rd for payment to the city of Lansing.
It's for me to pay, do I come up there to the court or like, do I do it? How do I do it?
You can pay online, in person, or at the counter or by phone. If you could, on the 6th floor, there's a counter and you can pay the $135 fine there, or you can go online and pay it.
Okay, I'm gonna just come bring y'all the cash.
All right, perfect. And then I'll dismiss the second, which would be the count 2 pursuant to the plea agreement. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Anything else on the record in 25L2934541 or 42, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Annette?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're all set, Mr. Green. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, Simone Cates is a failure to appear as well.
All right, we can call Miss Cates. Or Collins is still incarcerated. But we did have somebody come in
We logged off our.
and then they logged off. We only have so much control over. So we'll save that till last. So we're on the record in docket 21L2691471. And 24011659. That is the City of Lansing versus Simone Cates. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And is that Mr. Annette or Mr. Harris?
Mr. Annette, Your Honor, George Annette, APD, about my client is not here today.
Thank you. Miss Simone, Miss Cates, this was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 11:05. It would appear that Miss Cates has failed to appear today. I do not see Miss Cates in the Zoom courtroom. Nobody's by that name in the physical courtroom. Based on the representations of counsel, Miss Cates has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed today?
Your Honor, I don't have any prior failures to appear in our system, even though these are both older cases. I don't know if the court's file reflects differently or if she just never appeared for arraignments, but.
I think she never appeared for arraignments.
So then I suppose a 48-hour hold would be appropriate.
All
Your
right.
Honor.
So I'll issue a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. For the non-appearance of Miss Cates. Anything else for the record in 2401-659 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Annette?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. About a mullet, Paul Mullet.
That's me, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-03361. And that is people of the state of Michigan versus Paul Mullet. People of the city of Lansing versus Paul Mullet, 22-03361. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Annette.
George Annette, APD, about my client is not here today.
Right, this was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's now 11:07. It would appear the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. I do not see Mr. Mullet in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the physical courtroom. And based on the representations of counsel, it would appear the defendants failed to appear for pretrial. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I have a prior hearing date in our system, but I don't show a failure to appear. I don't know if the court has anything different, but if this is his first failure to appear, we would ask for a 48-hour hold on the warrant.
Yeah, I have a pretrial date, but it doesn't seem. Let me see. That's. I can't tell. Oh, I haven't failed to appear for arraignments, but I don't have anything on that pretrial. So I'll issue a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. Bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. So he must have been, because I arraigned him, but I don't have a fail to appear. All right, so we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in 22-03361, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Annette?
Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. That was Mr. Mullins. How about Mr. Polito?
That is my case, Your Honor. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Polito has not appeared in person or via Zoom.
Let's call those cases. So we're on the record in docket 25-01514 and 25-01606. That is City of Lansing versus Frank Andrew Polito. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Frank Polito. He unfortunately has not appeared in person or via Zoom today, Your Honor. When I tried to call him at the number he provided at arraignment, his father picked up, indicated he has not seen Mr. Polito recently, but would pass on a reminder of the court date if he saw Mr. Polito, and would also pass on that same information to other family members in the event they saw Mr. Polito. To the best of my knowledge, he has not appeared in person or via Zoom, Your Honor, and I do not have an explanation for his failure to appear.
This was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's now 11:10. I do not see a Frank Polito in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Based on the representations of counsel, it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. I do have some indication based on that there was some indication that some of this was to be determined, but then he did provide a number that was provided at arraignment on one of the files. Mr. Staples, how do you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I have no prior failures to appear for Mr. Padillo, so I would ask for a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold.
Any comment, Mr. Harris?
I would leave that up to the court's discretion, Your Honor.
I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold based on the non-appearance of Mr. Polito. Anything else for the record in docket 25-01514 or 25-01606, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Now for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set on those two files.
He's got a pretty lengthy driving the other record. I can't remember the opening docs. Do you have the proofs for the other? Sure.
Would you consider
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Okay. Sure.
So Mr. Mallett's outside?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe we are ready to go on that.
All right.
Yeah, real quick on Barenberg for 2 o'clock.
Ehrenberg
There was the one who I requested to see if she could appear via Zoom. I asked her if she had any information, like no license or whatnot. She indicated that this is the same court that suspended her license. She isn't sure what to do in regards to providing proof that she does have a license. I guess what the email said. If it's, she says she'll make it if it's, she has to.
I think it's a probation, the recommendations probation.
Yeah.
So she can come via Zoom. My fear is that sensing there's a no jail there's a jail recommendation, and then they got a report, and that becomes a problem.
Okay, I'm get on the 6th, so I'm assuming you paid for at least a month.
Might have to reschedule comments.
These lawyers are going to take the appeal.
All right, Mr. Harris, what case did you want to go on?
I am ready on Jacob Mallet, DeAndre Holmes, and Craig Erskine, Your Honor.
Let's go on. The Holmes and Mallet.
Yes, Holmes, Mallet,
Erskine.
and Erskine.
Erskine is on the top of the,
All right,
that makes it easier for you, John.
it does. All right, so let's go on Mr. Erskine. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01591. That is the City of Lansing versus Craig Erskine. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Erskine, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Craig Werner Erskine?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I'll defer to Mr. Harris, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, we would be requiring, this time I've gone over the case and the allegations in the police report of my client. We'd be requesting this case be set for a final pretrial, Your Honor.
So we'll set for final pretrial on
July 21st at 8.
July 21st at 8:30. All right, so Mr. Erskine, that'll be live on the 6th floor City Hall of Lansing, and we've set it for July 21st at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 25-01591, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Erskine, you should be all set.
Thank
You'll
you,
get
Your
a notice from my court officer. Then Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in 23L2806351. That is the City of Lansing versus DeAndre Holmes. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Holmes, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are DeAndre Holmes, is that correct?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
You can hear me all right, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Holmes has obtained his license, and so the city would be moving to amend to an impeding traffic.
That is correct, Your Honor. I spoke with my client about the offer, and he has indicated he would like to accept that offer at this time. We would be requesting, he would be requesting 60 days to get that paid.
Okay, so it'd be count one in impeding traffic. Would be the on the ticket, that would be the misdemeanor count to civil infraction.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's a $135 fine.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Harris, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Holmes for the impeding traffic civil infraction.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll bring your attention back. This is working from ticket 280635 in the city of Lansing on Kalamazoo. Do you accept responsibility on behalf of DeAndre Dean Holmes for being impeding traffic on that date and time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. It's a payment of $135 to the city of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. He has asked in for at least 60 days to make that payment.
All right, so 60 days out.
August 22nd.
All right, so Mr. Holmes, that can be paid in person, online, by phone or at the counter. It'd be $135 to the city of Lansing by August 22nd. So you can set up your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by August 22nd, all right, sir? All right, anything else for the record in 23L2806351, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing in the defense, Your Honor.
You're all
Thank you.
set, Mr. Holmes, thank you. And then we'll go on Mr. Mallet.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25L293894111, 25L2938412, and 25L2938413. That is the city of Lansing versus Jacob Mallet. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Mallet, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Jacob Lee Mallet, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, Mr. Mallet was able to bring a valid proof of insurance and registration. So he'd be moving to dismiss what I believe would be counts 1 and 2 on the ticket. And then Mr. Mallet would be pleading guilty as charged on count 3, the open intox, with the Killebrew agreement to no upfront jail.
That is a correct statement of the facts, Your Honor. And we would be requesting the court, if the court could handle immediate sentencing today.
And Mr. Staples, does the city have any objection to immediate sentencing on this matter?
No, Your Honor.
So the no proof of insurance, that would be that'd be the first 2 are dismissed for negotiations. All right, Mr. Harris may inquire of your client of his misdemeanor rights.
You may, Your Honor.
All right. You understand on this open intox misdemeanor, I think it's 92 days and 300?
It's 90 days
90
or 500.
or 5?
Thank
That sounds, so that's 90 days and or $500 is the ultimate penalty for that offense. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
There's an agreement between Mr. Harris and Mr. Staples that you receive no upfront jail on this case. If I was going to do something different than that, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought to you by the city of Lansing at trial. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. We'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the open intoxicant misdemeanor instead. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the open intoxicant misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to bring your attention back to May 3rd, 2025 at K North Road and Northrop Street in the city of Lansing. Were you the driver of a Dodge 2020 Dodge on K North in the city of Lansing on that date and time?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you have an open intoxicant? Do you have an open intox in the motor vehicle? And did you know it was open intox?
Yes and no.
Okay. So it was a surprise to you that
That was in there?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I knew it was in there at first, and then I forgot that it was
Forgot
in there
about it.
because it was in there.
but you knew at a time that it was an open intox in the vehicle.
Yeah.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntary, and accurately made. I will follow the Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail. And we will go to immediate sentencing. The sentencing is $100 fine, $100 costs, no upfront jail, $75 state fee, or I'm sorry, $75 crime victims' rights fee, $50 state fee, for a grand total of $325 to the city of Lansing. And Mr. Harris, does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Your Honor, he has indicated that he can make that payment today.
Okay. So we'll set it in a week with the understanding that that's just to buy everybody time to get it in the system. But you can pay it today, obviously. So it'll be paid. So I'll set it for June 27th. City of Lansing payment. This will be abstracted to the Secretary of State as a misdemeanor. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
Yes,
Yep.
yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And I believe it is, I just had this pulled up. It is also a 2-point violation.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the defendant is to pay today, and I'll write that in the court file. $325. Anything else for the record in docket 25 L2938413, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mallet, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. I don't have, is anybody on Delamarter?
Perhaps.
Yes, Your Honor, we're prepared.
How about Christopher Williams? Or Dries Williams?
That sounds familiar.
I haven't seen any other
All
individuals.
right, and I don't have anybody appointed, but we can go on Mr. Delamarter.
Judge, Mr. Delamarty. It's a felony file. Warrant failed to appear at 3:11 on Friday.
All right, so we should arraign him on that. Well, the bench was finished, right?
The warrant is in my. So I don't know if you want to arraign him or if you would like magistrate to see him.
Have the magistrate see him, since I think I've requested the bench warrant for Friday. All right, so Mr. Ned, you want to tell Mr. Delamarter the magistrate needs to see him because he was listed as a failed to appear for Friday's.
I was hoping to get that.
All right, so yeah, you should go to the magistrate for that. But let's take care of this file. So we're on the record in 25-01605. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Delamarter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
Representative APD on behalf of my client, is saying to my right.
And sir, you are Mark Delamarter, is that correct? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
We'll defer to Mr. Annette, Your Honor.
Mr. Annette.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm gonna ask for a brief adjournment, because there is a co-defendant that I believe I also represent. I asked my office last week to see if this was a conflict. I have not heard back yet. I did do it late last week. So I just asked for a brief adjournment just to make sure there is no potential conflict. And that's Melissa Teckle, the co-defendant.
What's that?
The co-defendant is Melissa Teckle.
Yeah, I don't have this listed as a co-defendant.
It does appear to have, I will say from the report, Your Honor, it does appear to have originated out of the same conduct.
Right, right.
It's also weird because we don't represent her on a case that she had on the same day, from what I saw, but we represent her on a different case with a similar charge. I'm looking into it all, it's a little confusing.
All right. All right, let's adjourn the pretrial for potential conflict. We don't know, but and you were indicated a couple weeks, or
I should find out by today, Your Honor.
all right. So soonest date available. I know.
You want me to make this slide or just use the first available?
Just first. Available.
August 11th at 9:30.
All right, we'll set it for August 11th at 9:30. This may be worked into another file. I'm not certain, but Mr. Delamarter, if you go to the magistrate on the 5th floor, they'll, yeah, you're gonna have to go with my court officer. Then the magistrate will be able to arraign you sometime this afternoon. Okay.
I've had handicapped lady that I do healthcare for with me. Can we go down to the magistrate?
I don't know her schedule, but I know because you were failed to appear, we have to take you in.
The three.
I have to take him into custody because it's a dog.
No.
Yeah, I don't, because of the fail to appear Friday, I don't think she has a choice.
Right.
All right, so
Can we check and see if we can go straight down, if she can take him straight down there?
she's got to take you into custody and then we got to contact the magistrate. Because the magistrate might be in the middle of seeing somebody else right now. Right. All right, so that's all for the record in 25-01605.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know if you know the answer.
Okay.
If it gets the rain and it does get a PR bond, does he still have to be released in Mason or can he be released here?
Mason, I think he'd be on the bus that goes back to Mason.
Has to go back.
Yeah.
I don't, yes. And I'm not 100% sure if it's gonna be arranged today due to the time.
You think you can drive the huh?
Is the PD involved in Williams, in either of the Williams?
I represent. I represent, I believe, both Williams, Your Honor. I just got off the phone with Christopher Williams. Seems when I spoke with him last week about requesting an adjournment to engage in compliance, he thought that meant he didn't need to appear. He's currently at work. He indicated he's going to try and get a momentary break from work so he can hop on Zoom to put that adjournment request on the record.
All right, and then how about Dries Williams?
Oh, never mind, Your Honor. The other Williams I represent is a Charles Williams. So apparently there are multiple for the
There's
afternoon.
Christopher Williams and Dries Williams.
I do not represent Dries Williams.
All right, and then Charles Williams is set for 1:30.
Yes, and I represent that Williams. So I represent 2 out of 3 Williams.
All right, let's go on Dries Williams. We'll wait for Christopher Williams.
I don't have an appearance.
Yeah, I don't believe we represent that person. The only case I show for him were off. The only 25 case I show for him where our office represented him was with Judge Simmons.
On Dries Williams?
Yes.
All right. All right, let's call Dries Williams then. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01508. That is the City of Lansing versus Dries Williams. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Okay, I do not see a Dries Williams in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. There's been no appearance placed for him on the record. It would appear that this was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:33, and the defendant has failed to appear for sentencing. I'm sorry, for pretrial. Mr. Staples, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I show no previous failures to appear, so I guess this would be a 48-hour hold.
Okay, the court will issue based on the non-appearance of Mr. Dries Williams for the pretrial, a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in docket 25-01508, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
I think that, because that leaves us with Christopher Williams and then the show causes.
What about Collins? Just setting it.
Let's reset Collins, because I don't know if I saw him or not. I saw somebody, but we know where he is. He's incarcerated. And I haven't seen, is Mr. Carter conflict counsel on that? I didn't see Mr. Carter.
He is.
Yeah, there have been, I know, numerous prior counsel that have withdrawn. I don't know if he's one.
He's been,
Mr. Carter filed his appearance on May 27th and has not withdrawn.
have multiple, all right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-020-02024. That's Robert, people of the city of Lansing versus Robert Collins. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Right, this is set for pretrial today. We do have conflict counsel on it. Mr. Carter is conflict counsel. Mr. Collins, I believe, was here, or at least placed on Polycom. He's incarcerated at this time. But then he was taken off Polycom. So we didn't proceed on the pretrial in this matter. That was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:36, and Mr. Collins was not placed back on Polycom. Mr. Staples, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, given the Polycom issues, the city would certainly have no objection to a courtesy reset.
That is my only concern, because there's numerous fail to appears, but I do think Mr. Collins was present and then taken off Polycom. So we'll adjourn. Also, Mr. Carter was supposed to be here and is not. Makes me think that Mr. Carter's generally here. So we'll adjourn the pretrial for a new date. We won't issue a bench warrant for Mr. Collins. The adjournment is set for August 11th at 9:30. So we've set it for August 11th at 9:30 for a continued pretrial on the matter. Anything else for the record in docket 23-02024, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Williams is, I believe, on Polycom.
On Zoom.
Zoom.
Yes, and I'm ready to go on that.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01367. That is City of Lansing versus Christopher Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Williams, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor. He apologizes for his lateness, and I apologize on his behalf. It seems there may have been a bit of a misunderstanding when I spoke with him last week, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And sir, you are Christopher Williams, is that correct? Sir, you are Christopher Williams?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is time set for pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe there's going to be a request for an adjournment. Given that this is Mr. Williams' first appearance, the city would have no objection to that request.
All right, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor. When I spoke with Mr. Williams last week, he indicated he's already been in communication with Secretary of State about resolving what he needs to do to get his license unsuspended and valid. My understanding is he either has an appointment already set up or very likely soon will. So we would be requesting an adjournment. And he has an appointment tomorrow to figure out what he needs to do. So we would be requesting a 30 to 45 day adjournment to give him some time to meet with Secretary of State and then try and do what he needs to do to engage in compliance, Your Honor.
All right, and I know we're scheduling about August, beginning of August.
August 11th.
So we'll set it for August 11th at 9:30. So Mr. Williams, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Harris. We've set this for August 11th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in docket 25-01367, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're all set, Mr. Williams. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I believe that should be all the cases the PD's office represents.
Until 1:30.
Yeah, until this afternoon. Yeah.
We'll see you this afternoon. Then we'll call some. All right, do we have any show causes?
Okay, Matt.
Yeah.
All right.
Check if there are any restitution information.
Let's,
Yeah, I think Wendy sent it around the PSIs. We generally don't have anything on the PSI, but I'll check.
well, let's call our show causes first. So, all right, so we are on the record in these show causes. We have two with Altisha Lewis. So we're on the record in docket TT 21005629 and T21L2631651. That is the City of Lansing versus Altisha Lewis. This was set for 11 o'clock. Show cause. I have a balance of 80 and a balance of 96 on two files. It would appear that Ms. Lewis has failed to appear for show cause. I do not see Ms. Lewis in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the physical courtroom. And therefore a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. And we'll issue that with a 48-hour hold. For the expired meter and the disobeying a stop sign. So a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued for the non-appearance. That's all for the record in TT 21004629 and 21L2631651. On the record in docket 2403-000, that is the city of Lansing versus Saeed Magan. This is a show cause hearing. It was $275 to the city of Lansing. That was the last from the show cause that I have. It would appear that this was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:43. It would appear the tenant, that the Mr. Magan has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I don't see. There's a previous bill to appear on the file, and I issue an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the non-appearance for Mr. Magan at show cause. That's all for the record in 2403-000. And then we're on the record in docket 2403-633. That is the city of Lansing versus Tracy Martinez. This is for an outstanding debt of $325 to the city of Lansing. This was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:44. It would appear the defendants failed to appear for the show cause. I do not see Ms. Martinez in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. So for the failure to appear at show cause, Ms. Martinez is bench warranted with a bond forfeiture, and that's immediate. That's all for the record in 2403-633. And then we're on the record in docket TA 22002340. That is the city of Lansing versus Joshua McCauley. This is set for show cause for $102 on an expired meter parking. This is set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:45. It appears that the defendants failed to appear for show cause, and that I do not see Mr. McCauley in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued for the non-appearance. That's all for the record in docket TA 22002340.
Rose? Yeah. Here. What? To speak to my attorney. They will. Anybody else? No. Okay, just wait. This is your lady. Yeah, Steve. That's okay. Great. Right else,
Got big class today. Here, train them coming. What class is already? Okay. Yes, yeah, well,
You're gonna be on the other side, okay? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Staples, what's the first case we're calling?
We can start with Joanna. Well, her attorney is not here. I guess I will defer to Mr. Harries as to who is here, that he is.
I am ready on Michelle Liggins. She is sitting outside as it was a bit hot in here for her. And then I'm also ready on Mr. Wilson, the PDH and the PDA.
All right, so let's go on Michelle Liggins.
Get that off my chest. How you feeling, Frankie?
Noise is coming. All right. So on the record in docket 25-00700, that is people of the city of Lansing versus Michelle Liggins. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris, appearing here on behalf of Ms. Liggins, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Michelle Chantil Liggins, is that correct? Yes. Thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. Mr. Staples, do you know of any restitution in the matter?
I don't, Your Honor. I do know that we got a response from the victim. It doesn't appear that they responded to probation, and it appears that they sent us someone sent us a letter saying that insurance paid the damages, but I don't have anything referencing if there was anything else, so I would say there is no valid claim of restitution at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have no additions, deletions, or corrections.
Right, allocution, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor. Every time I've spoken with Ms. Liggins on this case, she has been apologetic, she has been remorseful, she has been willing and trying to take responsibility for the accident on this day. She indicated that this was not intentional, it was simply a matter of her backing up while listening to some music and not noticing she had hit the car until she got a call later from her friend who she had been dropping off that day, indicating that there was damage to the car. She, honestly, Your Honor, I would simply be requesting that the court not order restitution in this case and order fines and costs. By my count, the failed to report an accident statute is 90 days and or 100. Miss Liggins, as I said, is remorseful. is willing to make whatever reparations she needs to make up for this error, I would simply ask that the court issue a fines and costs only sentence and not order any restitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Staples, is there anything you'd like to say on this case before the court asks of Ms. Liggins?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Liggins, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence?
That I'm apologetic for what happened, and I would never try to leave the scene of an accident.
Well, this is for a guilty plea. For a guilty plea, a failure to report on set on April 28th, 2025. Had the opportunity to see the pre-sentence report. So I'm going to order that the defendant spend 0 days in jail. Credits given for 0 days previously served. I don't know what the previous served in, but there's no jail in this time. Fines and costs. $50 fine, $50 costs. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State minimum cost fee of $75 for a grand total of $225. I don't find any restitution in this file. It looks like a letter was mailed to the victim on May 12, 2025. And at the time of this report, no response had been received. That was as of June 16th. There's been no restitution information. Having no restitution, I'll order no restitution. All fines and costs. So the $225 fines and costs are referred to collections.
Regarding those fines, Your Honor, I'd be requesting 60 days for my client to make those payments or otherwise get a payment plan started.
I think collections does their own, don't they?
Yeah, if
So-
you're referring it to collections.
Yeah, I'm going to refer to collections and then she can talk to.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, so it'll be the $225 and whatever you set up with collections, all right? I'm not placing you on probation. That's the indication of sentence. Ms. Liggins, I rarely see a pre-sentence this good. All right, so the pre-sentence, it came out of pre-sentence indicating that you're not a good candidate for probation. And I couldn't agree more. Okay, probation's not for you. We'll take this as a learning experience. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2500700, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. So all fines and costs are referred to collection. You should be all set, ma'am. Thank you for your service.
Judge, could I grab Ashley Bynum's probation file from you? I need to send the PSI to Georgia. It's sent to John Lee because it was originally his case, but I just need to scan that PSI.
Brown. So I'll give you both items and then you can. All right, Mr. Staples, where are we proceeding to next?
I believe Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we have a.
It's my understanding that there is the PDH and then a PVA for some new violations that he has not been arraigned yet. You're on your.
All right, let's arraign him on the new violation. Is that the June 10th violation?
I believe so. I believe I don't have any.
So I have a May 14th. That was, I think, the previous violation.
Yes,
And
all
then
the
I think the new. the new violations are June 10th.
Yes, all the violations I have list a May 14th date.
All right, so we're on the record in 22016555. And sir, you are Charles Williams, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for an arraignment on the matter. I'm going to indicate to you the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you, and then some rights you have on these allegations. It is alleged that as part of your technical probation violation, Jody Bayless, who's your probation officer, is indicating in a request and summons for probation violation. June 10th. Allegations. That you failed to refrain from controlled substance per AberHealth on May 14th, 2025. It was a positive for hydroxyprozolone, hydroxyalprazolm, and nordizepam, NORDIAZEPAM, oxazepam, OXAZEPAM, and temazepam, TEMAZEPAM. Those are all technical probation violations, and you understand the nature that you tested positive for those three substances. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Good. You have a right to a hearing in this matter within 14 days of your date of arraignment. You have the right to be represented by counsel. Mr. Harris, are you representing Mr. Williams on this file now that he's going through the process of being arraigned?
Yes, Your Honor, I represent him on the PVHs. My understanding is I'll just be taking on the new PVs as well.
All right. So Mr. Harris would be present to cross-examine any witnesses, contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Was the intent to set these for formal hearing or to wrap these up in the hearing in the current probation violations, which are of May 14th?
Your Honor, we'd be requesting a PVH date to handle everything and also to give me some time that would allow me to look into these violations. My client has indicated that he does not know what these substances are or why they may have shown up. So I would be requesting some time to look into this and would appreciate if the court could set a PVH for all the violations.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Staples, to setting? So you've already been arraigned on the May 14th violations. And the request would be to set all the violations for the same date. Mr. Staples, what is the city's position on that?
Yes, I would have a few different concerns, Your Honor. One, this is a very old case. Many of these violations date back several years. I'm obviously concerned, given the underlying offense of OWI with a high blood alcohol content, that the defendant continues to use substances and test positively. I have some concerns for the safety of the public. So I guess those would be the people's concerns, Your Honor, that I think some of these violations allege absconding or failing to report for long periods of time. And then obviously the ongoing drug use, I think, are the primary concerns of the people in setting this out and I guess trusting Mr. Williams to come back to court again.
The May 14th allegations 2025 include they failed to provide a proof of 12-step and failed to stay engaged in outpatient treatment by Ms. Bayless. I guess that I would prefer to go on those, the earlier allegations, at least to find our footing and set this for formal hearing if we need a later date. Mr. Harris.
Yes, and to confirm, Your Honor, I don't believe in the packet or any of the information I've received there has been any allegations of absconding or that I see there. I see the information I have is one violation, request and summons from for probation violation from May 14th of this year, alleging 4 positive tests from April of this year. One request and summons from probation violation for a positive test from May 4th of this year. A violation for failing to test on May 6th of this year. And then 2 violations that were issued on May 14th, 2025, one for failing to provide proof of 12-step attendance and one for failing to stay engaged in outpatient treatment. To the best of my knowledge, though all the probation violations Mr. Williams is alleged to have are from at most roughly a month ago, that and my understanding is he appeared for the original PVA on the original violations on June 9th, and then appeared for the PVH that was scheduled for today. I don't believe there's any concern regarding him not appearing. He has indicated to me that he's currently in good contact with his probation officer.
All right, well, let's bring Ms. Bayless up here and let's have a hearing on all the new charges, on the older charges that have already been arraigned on. That would be the May 14th,
Your Honor,
May 14th and May 14th. Those were arraigned as of.
Your Honor, I don't believe, apologies for interrupting, I don't believe we need a hearing. Originally, it was my and Mr. Williams' intent to enter a guilty plea with an explanation to those violations. However, when it was brought to my attention that there was the new violations, I figured as a matter of judicial efficiency and economy, it made more sense to handle everything as a package deal rather than having a plea today, a potential sentence today, and then trying to potentially address the other violations at a later date.
I understand. I've given the city's position on this, and I have the allegations from May 14th and then picked up new allegations as of June 10th. Let's bifurcate them. Let's keep them separately. I think it's easier. And then we can go for sentencing and all. But Mr. Williams is not doing well. That I think the city should have to prove their case in regards, or admissions with explanation is acceptable. Mr. Harris, if you want some time to talk to Mr. Williams concerning the older allegations that he's being arraigned on, we'll set the newer allegations for formal hearing within 14 days, I think is the nature of it. And then you can decide how we're going to go on but I don't want to wait till I don't want to wait to set all hearings at once.
I'm understood, Your Honor. Your Honor, my client has indicated he would be willing to go forward with the originally planned guilty plea.
All right, so let's set this new arraignment for hearing. So the new arraignment is set for hearing on, and these are on the new allegations. These would be the June 10th allegations.
How long is this? 2 weeks of the civil jury day for us,
Because it's got to be within the 2 weeks.
And you're gone. So my mistake. You're gone.
All right, so we'll set it next week. It's got to be within 2 weeks. And I know I'm going to be here Thursday. Or 2 weeks from Thursday.
I can either do it on Monday, June 30th, or we can try to shove it in at the July.
Let's do it. Let's do it on Monday, June 30th.
I think I better just put on these dates are the 23. That's what
Jody wrote the wrong.
Yeah.
So that would be 1 week from today.
Yeah.
1:30. So we'll set the new arraignment violations for June 30th at 1:30. And then on the probation violations that were previously discussed, this is the time and date set for the probation violations that were arraigned. Those are May 14th violations.
To confirm, Your Honor, the date for the PDH, what was that date again?
Is June 30th at 1:30. So a week from today at 1:30.
Understood, and the court's position is it still prefer to handle the other PDHs today?
As long as the city has kept their position, we're going to bifurcate the two.
I guess I would leave it to the court's discretion, Your Honor. I have concerns.
I have the same concerns, Mr. Staples. I really do. The allegation is Mr. Williams has not bought into probation at all.
No, essentially, Your Honor.
Right.
Yes, and given that the underlying offense is a drunk driving offense that endangers members of the public, I think we have some duty to have those addressed.
All right, I agree, and that's why I'm bifurcating the hearings. So June 30th at 1:30 is on the new allegations, and then this would be set for the May 14th allegations. And Mr. Harris has indicated that his client plans to admit with explanation. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Williams, you understand you have a right to a hearing. That's why we're all here. Mr. Harris is here to represent you, to contest any charges that are brought against you by Ms. Bayless, your probation officer. It's my understanding you wish to admit to the allegations with explanation concerning these allegations. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let's start with the May 14th allegation that you failed to stay engaged in outpatient treatment. How do you respond to that technical probation violation that you failed to stay engaged in outpatient treatment?
Not guilty. It was just a misunderstanding.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're not admitting to that?
Not, and then.
I'm actually.
So let's have Ms. Bayless here and let's do a hearing.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we'll get Ms. Bayless up here. And we'll go to hearing once Ms. Bayless is able to get here.
It may be Mr. Nuts, we're not sure.
All right, who's ever covering? All right, so let's so we'll hold off and we'll once the representative from probation gets here, we'll go forward on that.
Challenge and touch and make sure about these, because if there are, we're going to need to call.
Okay.
That might give Mr. Harris some time to talk to his client.
Sure, and I confirmed with Mr. Harris just now that there is not going to be any contesting of the test results, so we should be able to proceed just with the probation agent.
All right, with that understood, we'll wait for the probation agent to come up here. Mr. Staples, what did you want to call next?
I don't, wherever Mr. I think Joanna Smith, I think we could go on. Is she ready?
All right. Ms. Smith. That's a deferred sentence?
Yes.
Would you mind seeing who's in Ingham Post 1 Visit 4? I don't know if it's Tina or Wendabwa. So I think she might, I can't tell.
All right, on Ingham Jail Post 1 Visit 4, could you please identify yourself?
My name is, I think you're talking about me.
What's your name?
Tana Wandabor.
So you're here for your 1:30, your deferred sentence, is that correct?
I'm not sure. I haven't talked to my attorney yet.
All right. I'll have you speak with Mr. Harris, your attorney. I want, so stand by and don't make, you got it. We're hearing a lot of noise come from your post, but I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your attorney, Mr. Harris. All right, ma'am?
Thank you.
Put her in room 1. And then when Mr. Harris joins us, he can also be put in room 1. All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-00100. That is the City of Lansing versus Joanna Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
George Annette, APD on behalf of my client, saying to my right.
And ma'am, you are Joanna Smith, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a deferred sentencing matter that was set for, it looks like it was set for today's date on March 24th, 2025. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, Ms. Smith has obtained a license by today's date, so we would be moving to have this amended to an impeding traffic charge.
So this will be amended to the civil infraction of impeding traffic. That's a $135 fine.
$135, correct.
And so we're kind of doing this backwards because she's already pled to the no ops. Is that right?
It's correct.
Okay. But we can do that. Okay, we can do that. Is that your understanding, Mr. Ned, that based on the deferred sentence of March 24th, 2025, you'll be admitting responsibility for your client for being impeding traffic with a $135 fine?
Yes, Your Honor, with a request of a few weeks to pay.
Okay. And I think this all comes from a ticket. So, all right. So these are for allegations that were made on January 9th, 2025 at East Saginaw and Clifford in the city of Lansing. Do you admit responsibility for impeding traffic on that date on behalf of your client, Mr. Annette?
Sure.
Okay. And that comes with a $135 fine, and we'll give 30 days to make that payment. 30 days to the city of Lansing, which will be that'll be July 23rd. All right, so Ms. Smith, you have till July 23rd to make that payment to the city of Lansing. If you go to them now, you can set up your own payment plan, as long as it's all paid by 135. My understanding is as a part of the deferred sentence, the no ops will be dismissed. Is that correct, Mr. Staples?
Yes, Your Honor.
And does the impeding traffic come with any abstract to the Secretary of State?
Does not.
All right. Ms. Smith, this is exactly how it's supposed to work, okay? This is you have your license. You know, you understand how dear that is now, right? It's important. But because the deferred sentence aspect that we've put into place, you now have your aspect. We will take care of the civil infraction. You have till July 23rd to make the payment. You should be all set, ma'am, okay? Thank you.
Harvey, whenever you are updated for Charm Perkins did come back out. So whoever you've got.
We can do Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
A lot. Is that scheduled for later?
Nope.
No.
Everything is scheduled.
Everything, right. Everything is scheduled for when it's ready. All right.
That's horrible.
All right, so we are on the record in docket 24-03109. That is the city of Lansing versus Alotny Earl Thompson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Net.
George Annette on behalf of my client, APD on behalf of my client, Saints, am I right?
And sir, correct my pronunciation. That is Alotny Earl Thompson?
Yeah, that's good enough.
All right, thank you. All right, this is the time set for sentencing in this matter. Mr. Staples, do you know of any restitution on this matter?
No, Your Honor, I'm not aware of any restitution on this matter.
All right, Mr. Ned, you've had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client.
Sure.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
Yes, Your Honor. On the first page. In regards to employment data, he is, however, the court wishes to correct it. He is receiving 630 biweekly in unemployment. That's gonna end next week. He will be having no compensation for unemployment starting next week. It ran out. And then further, Your Honor, on the last page, where the highlighted portion, the handwritten portion, sitting in the car, sleep, etc. It says alcohol over 1.7. He wants to correct it to alcohol over the limit. I don't believe 1.7 is the correct number.
Right, where was that on the? Oh, that's on the defendant's version?
Yes.
So there's an indication that he contests being over 0.17.
Oh, it says 1.7.
Well, oh, it should be 0.17.
Yeah, I know it's not 1.7.
All right. With those corrections of the 0.17 and the bi-weekly assistance that's ending next week, anything else on the pre-sentence report with Mr. Annette?
No, Your Honor, I believe the recommendation is satisfactory with the recommendation of probation. I talked to my client in regards to that. He is ready, willing, and able to start that and do the right thing moving forward. Thank you.
All right. All right, so this is for a guilty plea on April 28th. For the 0.17 operating with a high VAC. The court finds that the probation, the request is for a pre-sentence report, including a request for probation. So I'll order that defendants spend 45 days in jail. Credit is given for 0 days previously served. I'll suspend the remaining 45 days or those 45 days upon successful completion of probation, so there'll be no upfront jail. A defendant shall pay the following costs in this ordinance case. And that's $200 fine, $200 cost, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum court cost fee of $50, probation for 6 months at $180, and then an LPD restitution cost of $1,039.24. So I'll give you a grand total of that. That can be paid over the course of probation.
Still here.
And I have $1,744.27. 24 cents.
You said 1,744.
$1,744.24. I'm going to place you on probation for 6 months at $30 a month as indicated. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs and or urinalysis as directed. No bars or nightclubs. Continue any treatment plan that probation orders with proof of plan. That's to complete rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provided for proofs of completion to the court. Attend victim impact panel within 90 days. Obtain and maintain employment. That can be prioritized since there's an indication that that's kind of in the process. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any kind. This OWI high BAC is a reportable conviction to the Secretary of State. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions of me concerning the judgment of sentence? All right. All right. Mr. Ned, any questions concerning the judgment of sentence? I'll sign that. I don't think, other than the write-in amount of the rest of the total amount, that there's any changes pursuant to the original pre-sentence report. What's that?
45 days.
Oh, 45 days jailed and then 45 days suspended upon successful completion of probation. You can print that out. We'll make it pretty. All right. So that's for, I'll sign the documentation on June 23rd, 2025. Go ahead.
I
Mr. Ned.
apologize. I think you were gonna, payment plan. Do we do that with probation or do we do?
I would go to the probation. That's exactly what I do. I'd go down to the 5th floor, find out who your probation officer is, and you can set up a plan that kind of makes you able to do it. You don't want to be violated for that, but that usually is just keeping in contact with probation. All right. I will sign accordingly.
Maybe this is, it might be him, maybe somebody, but on the 5th floor now. I'm not the probation officer. I can start now. Yeah, keep doing what you want. That's how it changes.
All right. Mr. Thompson, you're all set. I think your probationer, at least the person who did the report, but it was Brianna Koschmeider, but she may have done it for Mr. Sumter, who was on leave. He was on family medical leave act. So go out and find out exactly who you're supposed to support. All right. You should be all set, sir. Thank you.
Is there any paperwork? Let's go on. Yep. Thanks.
All right. And sir, you are Samuel Saldivar, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. This is time set for probation violation arraignment concerning the charges that have been brought against you. So I'm going to indicate to you some of the allegations that have been made concerning this January 27th, 2023 by Jody Bayless. It is alleged that you violated your probation by failing to pay fines and costs, an outstanding balance of $1,370.92. You failed to submit to testing, no proof of current testing, no proof of enrollment in a 12-step program, no proof of employment. It is alleged that you violated your probation in a non-technical format, but a defendant failed to report monthly to probation officer. Defendant absconded probation for the month of December 2022 and January 2023. Those are the allegations I have concerning this file. Mr. Saldivar, are you familiar? Do you now know why the warrant was issued and your probation's been violated?
Yes, I understand.
All right. You have certain rights in this matter, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. You have a right to a hearing within 14 days. You have the right to counsel. Did you plan on seeking a representation from the public defender's office on this file?
I really just would like to get everything under control right now. I'm already incarcerated in Michigan Department of
Right.
Corrections. So I'm just trying to
Let's
figure out
go-
how I can.
Let's go ahead and set it for hearing. And then we can get the PD involved. But the PD involved, the public defender, they won't reach out to him. Yeah, so why don't we stand by, sir? What I'm gonna do is put you in a room with a public defender so we can figure this thing out, okay? That'll get you at least to talk to Mr. Aned or Mr. Harries concerning this matter. And then we can set it for hearing then. But it'd probably be preferable to have you talk to a public defender. So stand by, all right, sir?
Okay.
All right, so.
Yeah, restroom I can use right quick.
Yeah, on the corner,
To the left.
the officer desk there.
All right.
All right, Mr. Mackenzie Fahrenberg, we'll call your case. So you can unmute. All right, thank you. So
You're
we're
very
on the
welcome.
record in docket 25-00361. That is the city of Lansing versus Mackenzie Fahrenberg, set for sentencing today. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
George and Ed, APD, on behalf of my client who is appearing via Zoom, and we thank the court for allowing Ms. Fahrenberg to appear via Zoom today.
All right. And ma'am, you are Mackenzie K. Fahrenberg, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. Is there any restitution on this matter, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
I just see the LPD restitution.
Yeah, yes, there's
All
a
right.
LPD cost recovery. There was not an accident of any sort. I don't believe in
All
this.
right. All right, Mr. Ned, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
Yeah.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Ned.
Thank you, Your Honor. I asked that you follow the recommendations of probation, a 6-month term. Upon review with my client, and I believe the PSI, she is currently on probation in a different court. She's doing everything she's needs to do. And due to the incident that happened in this county, this landed her here, she has had no other issues to my understanding. She's currently pregnant with her 3rd child, I believe. She's not driving. She didn't violate any court orders in regards to driving, anything like that. Your Honor. She's ready to move on with her life and put this behind her. She doesn't even live in this county, I believe. She's staying in Farwell, Michigan. So as taking that into consideration, Your Honor, we're hoping for the best possible outcome of the probation term to correspond with some of the things she's doing in other county probation.
All right, Ms. Fahrenberg, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd just like to say that I put myself in a dangerous situation and I know that it wasn't right for me. I have moved on. I do outpatient. I've been doing it for a long time now. I'm about to graduate that. I am 8 months pregnant. I've changed my life. I drug test and alcohol test twice a week. And I'm doing whatever I can to continue to have my life together.
All right, and that's the indication for the probation. So I will indicate that I'll follow the recommendation of the pre-sentence report, and that is for a guilty plea to OWI, the operating while impaired .08. So spend 93 days in jail, credits given for 1 day previously served. I will suspend the remaining jail time. So 92 days upon successful completion of probation. So no upfront jail in this matter. I'm going to set fines at $200, costs at $200, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum cost fee of $50. Probation is ordered for 6 months, and with the LPD restitution costs. So I'll get you a full number for that. That can be paid over the course of your probation, the 6 months probation. Plus 180, plus 125, plus 400. So that's $1,559.26. Probation for 6 months via Zoom is appropriate. Pay fees and $30 per month for probation oversight. no assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription, submit to random PBTs and or urine analysis as directed by your probation agent, no bars or nightclubs, generally a good idea, complete the following rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provide proof of completion of the court. That outpatient substance abuse, you said that you've already completed that or necessary, make all that information available to your current probation officer. All right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attend the victim impact panel within 90 days with verification. Obtain and maintain employment, not to purchase or possess firearms, ammunitions, or weapons of any kind. And this is a reportable conviction to the Secretary of State. Any questions of me concerning your judgment of sentence, Ms. Fahrenberg?
No, Your Honor.
You should probably contact probation and let them know within the next 48 hours that you've been put on probation, that you want to make sure that you do it correctly via Zoom. And so you can answer any questions they might have. All right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I did try to call him before court to let him know that's what I was getting sentenced to.
All right, perfect. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00361, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. Fahrenberg, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. We'll put the judgment of sentence in the file. You should be all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think we might be able to go on Williams so we can get our probation officer.
The JOS.
It is.
Jump on Zoom.
On Mr. Salvador? Yeah, then Megan can put you in the room with him.
Yes, it's on the phone. Okay. Cannot access because she's in jail.
Of course. How long is she in jail for?
Currently, she's in jail on her 1,000 cash bond from Judge Allen. She is on.
I have a better idea. From downstairs, have Gemma pull up the 1,000 file. Hold the nail salon and see if we can confirm that she paid.
That was going to be necessary.
Very good.
Should identify. On the iPhone, can you please identify yourself? On the iPhone cell phone?
My mom.
What's your name?
Curtis Thomas.
Curtis Thomas. Right, you're here for your arraignment, Mr. Thomas?
I'm here for a violation.
All right. Stand by. I'm going to call your case in just a second.
All right.
The information I got and provided to
Yeah.
better one. We got garbage ones out in the shack.
She was on.
Yes, previously she was in the breakout room, Your Honor.
Oh, she's on the. No, she's not here anymore.
If it helps this is simply going to be an adjournment request, Your Honor, so if necessary, I might be able to just waive her appearance, Your Honor.
I don't, she was here. I know she was here. You met with her. I know that. But she's not here any longer. And we have some control over that. We don't have a lot of control over that. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00478. That is City of Lansing versus Angelina Wandabwa or Tana Wandabwa. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris, who appearing on behalf of Ms. Wandabwa, who previously appeared via Polycom from the jail and who I spoke with in a private breakout room. It seems according to the court that she is no longer connected via Polycom to the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, I don't see her anymore. I do know she was here. I spoke with her. I placed her in the breakout room. It appears that Mr. Harris, you were requesting an adjournment today on the matter?
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding is that the deferred sentencing here was in that if she could pay $90 for the nails the nail work that was done, the city would be reducing the charge to a breach of the peace civil infraction. When I spoke with Ms. Wandabwa, she indicated that she did make that payment and did have a receipt as proof of that payment on her phone. However, since that date, my understanding is that she has a case with Judge Allen at 55th, where she currently has a 1,000 cash bond that is holding her in jail. And my understanding is that the attorney for my office who represents her is going to be making a bond motion at the hearing on that case tomorrow. Essentially, Your Honor, we would be requesting a adjournment to try and see if she gets out of jail tomorrow, and if so, can send me proof of the payment once she regains access to her phone.
All right, so my understanding, Mr. Staples, is there's some request and that you don't know if Ms. Wandabwa has met the terms of the deferred sentence.
Correct.
Is that correct?
And we did try to call the nail salon. We left a voicemail.
Yeah.
We haven't heard back. So yeah, we're kind of at a loggerhead while she's incarcerated.
Right. And so the onus would be on Mr. Harris to make sure he can provide whatever information on behalf of his client. I think that's a good time. I think that's a good reason to adjourn the deferred sentence. Mr. Harris, you're probably looking at about 2 to 3 weeks in time with, I don't know, but that's probably what you're looking for. Because if you don't get the sentence reduction, then you're gonna have to go there and somehow email or what have you to get the appropriate receipt to provide to Mr. Staples. All right, so let's go 2 to 4. Or the further probably works to her advantage, I would think.
I believe it would, Your Honor.
Because I think there's more time to get the receipt to Mr. Staples. Okay, we'll set it for August 11th at 1:30. And that should be plenty of time to defer sentence to August 11th at 1:30. Anything else for the record in docket 24-00478, Mr. Staples? And we're waiving Ms. Wandabwa's appearance today. She knows what she has to do in order to do the sentence. Is that correct?
Yeah, nothing further from the city, Your Honor.
All right. Anything, Mr. Harris, on 24-00478?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. All right, and then
just have Raven Brown, which is a failure to appear.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, it does not seem that Ms. Brown is here or in person or via Zoom.
All right, let's go ahead and call Ms. Brown. And then we lost Mr. Saldivar for arraignment. What about Miss Porter? Do we do Miss Porter? That's an arraignment. She's here. All right. Let's do Miss Brown. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403161. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Raven Elaine Brown. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris, are you here on Miss Brown?
Yes, Your Honor, I am here on behalf of Miss Brown. Unfortunately, she does not seem to be here in person or via Zoom, Your Honor.
All right. This was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 3:29. And it would appear that Miss Brown has failed to appear for the sentencing. I do not see Miss Brown in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody by that answering that name in the physical courtroom. And based on the representations of counsel, it appears the defendant has failed to appear for sentencing today. Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, upon information and belief, I guess I should say, Ms. Brown, I think, was supposed to be taking part in 55th District Sobriety Court. So I don't know what the status of that is. I don't know if maybe that has some inpatient component, but she has no prior failures to appear. So I would be, the standard would be a 48-hour hold on a bench warrant, but I would have no objection if the court wanted to reset this, see if maybe this is some thing related to her sobriety code, hopefully going well and hopefully not that she's not gone through with that and is facing some other consequence.
She's on probation in 55th District Court.
Yes, Your Honor. If the court would be willing to consider resetting this, I would greatly appreciate it, Your Honor. Otherwise, I would leave it to the discretion of the court and to try and get in contact with my client, depending on what the court chooses to do.
We can reset for sentencing. I think that there's not been any other fail to appear in this matter. There is it's obviously on probation 55th involves some of this. So we'll reset for sentencing. Mr. Harris, do you have any notion of any time frame?
I would leave that up to the court, Your Honor, whatever works with the court schedule.
Your call, Ms. Holden. This is just a straight up sentencing, but she's already on probation 55th.
Yes, I believe the recommendation was just a fines and cost sentence, Your Honor. And
There was a fines and cost recommendation.
Let's do it at 8. Let's do it at 9.
On what date?
August 11th.
August 11th at 9 o'clock. We'll reset for sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. That's all for the record in docket 2403161. I think the rest of our arraignments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
You should be all set. I don't know if you were, Mr. Annette, were you able to talk to Mr. Salvador, although he's not here anymore?
Oh,
there he is. All right.
Your Honor, if the court's inclined, he would represent himself and just ask for probation to be revoked. Some judges don't like that. It's my understanding that probation is a privilege, and if he no longer wants to be on probation, I don't think he has to address any. He just wants probation to be revoked and run a concurrent sentence.
Right. And how much does he have an out date in the Department of Corrections?
Minimum 2 years.
All right, so Mr. Saldivar, we're here to arraign you on those charges. You have had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Annette concerning this arraignment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding it is your wish today to have probation revoked and then have any time that is sentenced to run concurrently with the time you're currently spending in the Department of Corrections. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So that would mean that you'd plead to the allegations, and then we could sentence you on the allegations is it your intent to plead to the allegations? And the allegations would be, I could read them into the record and then you could indicate which ones you plead to. All right, sir?
Does he have to address the allegations, or can he just ask for probation to revoke without addressing any?
There's got to be some probation of violation. I would assume that the being sent to the Department of Corrections, but that's not the allegations.
Can he just plead to one of the violations? Is that satisfactory?
I don't have a problem with that. I have that you failed to report monthly to probation officer, defendant absconded probation for the month of December 2022 and January of 2023. Does that indicate as truthful that you failed to report monthly to probation officer in December of 22 and January of 2023?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to indicate that you've admitted to allegation number 3. That's just to identify it. The failed report of monthly. And from December 22 to January of 2023. And we will revoke based on that, anything you want to say to the court concerning allocution, Mr. Salvador?
No, sir.
All right. Well, based on your current incarceration for the Department of Corrections, and your indication is you think it'll be at least 2 years, right? Until you're out of the Department of Corrections?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to revoke probation. Based on being in the Department of Corrections. This is for the underlying offense was for a BAC of 0.08. It looks like you pled guilty in 2018 to impaired. And we can run that concurrent. So we'll sentence to 90 days to run concurrent. With your sentence in the Department of Corrections. And your probation is revoked. Anything else for the record in 1801691, Mr. Saldivar? You have any questions of me on what we did here, Mr. Saldivar?
No, I do not.
All right. So we've revoked probation. I've sentenced you to 90 days. That'll run with your Department of Corrections sentence. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And then Ms. Porter, we can go on you. So you can unmute, ma'am. Ms. Porter, you can unmute. Michaela Porter, you can unmute. All right. So Ms. Porter, we're going to call your case since you're having trouble unmuting. We're going to go to Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you can unmute. Curtis Thomas, you can unmute. Thank you.
Yes,
so we're on the record in docket 2402-603. And that is a probation violation arraignment for Curtis Leonard Thomas. And sir, you are Curtis Leonard Thomas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Make this pretty. So this is the time set for arraignment on probation violations that have been alleged, and then you have some rights in this matter.
Say that again, sir.
Okay, so it is alleged that Brendan Hanna, your probation agent, indicated that there was a technical probation violation in that he signed paperwork on June 12th, 2025. The allegation is that you tested positive for alcohol at AverHealth on June 2nd of 2025. Mr. Thomas, do you understand the nature of the allegation that's been brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan?
Yes.
All right. All right. You have certain rights in this matter, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be represented. You have the right to counsel. During the underlying offense, you were represented by the public defender's office. Did you plan to seek additional representation from the public defender's office on this
Yes.
violation file? Okay. All right, we have a right to a hearing in this matter, and we're going to reset for the formal hearing date and give you time to talk to your attorney, and the formal hearing date will be set on
July 3rd at 10 o'clock.
July 3rd at 10 o'clock. You're going to have to reach out to the public defender of Ingham County for representation. Mr. Thomas, do you need their number? Or did you want to meet with them? All right. All right. So, Mr. Thomas, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place you in a room with a public defender, Mr. Harris, and you can make application to meet with him. He may be one of the two attorneys who is indicated to represent you in this matter. All right. But you have to make a financial application to him. All right, Mr. Thomas. So I'm going to place you. You should get a prompt to go to room 1. And then when Mr. Harris joins us, he'll also get a prompt to go to room 1. All right. And then Ms. Porter, you can unmute now. Michaela Porter. Ms. Porter, we're going to place, you also are a probation violation arraignment. And then I have, let's see who else is here. Christopher Noyce is here. What case are you here on, Mr. Royce?
Yes, Your Honor. Calvary versus Brito. It's a civil case, obviously.
I don't have that on my docket.
Okay, I was suspicious of that. I checked the court's register of actions, and it still looked like it was on there. But I understand.
I have State Farm, and I have J.P. Morgan, but I don't have Calvary. I'm sorry to get to you later.
Oh, I'm
today.
sorry. Pardon me. I'm sorry. It's Chase. Yes, J.P. Morgan Chase versus Brito.
Okay. So it's J.P. Morgan Chase and Royce versus Austin Brito. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And we can call that, is Mr. Brito here? Okay. Mr. Brito, you can come up here. Let's go ahead and call that, place that on the record. Give me 1 second. I'll bring up that the electronic filing system, because that's on base. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24085009. Appearances for the record, Mr. Royce.
Yes, Your Honor. Christopher Royce, P49102 on behalf of plaintiff.
And sir, you are Austin Brito, is that correct? Thank you. This is a time set for a civil pretrial in the matter. So I will indicate to the parties, we can do one of two things. Mr. Brito, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to speak with Austin Brito. We could set Mr. Brito up on a iPad and allow the pretrial to continue. I always allow the parties to meet if they choose to. Second option is to just fill out a pretrial form, set some scheduling options at this time. Mr. Royce, do you have a preference as to how you like to proceed?
Well, Your Honor, I just actually received, I was on vacation, so when his answer came in, I was gone, but I just saw it, and it looks like he wants to negotiate a settlement, which of course I'm very amenable to. So I'd like the opportunity to speak with him, if I may.
All right, Mr. Brito, would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Royce in a breakout room? I'd probably put you on an iPad so you'd have some privacy, put you in a room, and then I'd stick you both in a room to talk. Will that work, sir? Okay. All right, so I'm going to indicate that all parties appeared and to meet in a breakout room. And Mr. Brito, if you follow my court officer, she'll take you right to a room with the iPad. Thank you. And then Mr. Royce, I'm going to, you should get a prompt to go to room 2, and then I'll place the iPad in room 2, and then we can come back and put it on the record. All right, sir?
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Miss Porter, are you there? Michaela Porter, you'll have to unmute.
Sorry, yes, I'm here, Judge. Sorry about that.
All right, Miss Porter, we're going to call your case in docket 24017995. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Michaela Porter. And ma'am, you are Michaela Porter, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is time set for an arraignment, and I'm going to indicate to you some of the allegations that have been brought against you by your probation agent. It is alleged that on or about March 11th, 2025, by your probation officer, Brendan Hanna, that you tested positive for alcohol at EverHealth on February 19th, 2025 and February 21st, 2025. And that is on March 11th allegation made by Brendan Hanna. It looks like there's a follow-up allegation that you tested positive for alcohol on May 30th, 2025 and on June 2nd, 2025. And that is on a follow-up request and summons for probation violation signed by Brendan Hanna on June 13th, 2025. Ms. Porter, do you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Ma'am, you were represented by the Public Defender's Office on this underlying file. Do you plan to seek additional representation from the Public Defender's Office on these allegations?
Yes.
All right. I don't know, Mr. Harris or Mr. Ned, did you want to meet with Ms. Porter concerning a financial application?
I am right now, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Porter, I'm going to set your formal hearing, and then I'm going to have you placed with the public defender to meet on the file so you can make a financial application. You're going to have to meet with them Usually one's at arraignment, but once we get to the probation violation stage, you have to talk to them yourself, all right, ma'am? But I can make that
Okay.
happen. I can place you in a room with them. And we'll set
Okay.
for formal hearing on
July 3rd at 10.
July 3rd at 10. So your formal hearing is set for July 3rd at 10, and I will place you in room 3, Miss Porter, and then Mr. Annette, when he joins us, he'll be placed in room 3 too also. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. So you should get a prompt to go to room 3. And when Mr. Annette joins us, we can. And then Mr. Quinn, you're here on State Farm and Bercy Williams, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you Bercy Williams? You can come back, you can come up. All right, so we're on the record in docket 1301108. That is State Farm Mutual versus Bercy Williams. Appearances for the record, Mr. Quinn.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Maxwell Quinn, P86016 on behalf of plaintiff.
All right. And sir, you are Bercy Williams, is that correct? I also have, I don't have a D1 in this case. Is that correct, Mr. Quinn? I have a Maricela Bonilla, but I only have D2 on the docket.
Yeah, I believe only D2 filed the motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Mr. Williams, this is here on your motion to set aside. Do you want the opportunity to speak with State Farm on an iPad or breakout room before we hear the motion? Do you want the opportunity to speak to the attorney before we get started today?
I do have an attorney, but he's not here. He's out of town.
Who's your attorney, sir?
What's his name? Joseph Cooper. Joseph Cooper.
Okay, Joseph Cooper's here. Is your attorney?
Right.
Is he requesting an adjournment of this matter?
Yes.
He has an order. He put in an order for Bercy. Give it to him.
Right. He gave me an order for me to look at. Okay. Mr. Quinn, have you seen the order?
I have not.
Yeah. There's an order here that it comes from I don't see his name on here.
Yes.
Receipt.
Okay.
Joseph Cooper from Now to Now. I'm familiar with the Now and Loud law firm. Has Mr. Cooper been in contact with you, Mr. Quinn?
No.
All right. Mr. Quinn, do you have any objections? I'm not signing an order on this because I've not made defendant Bercy Williams driver's license. His suspension is terminated. I won't sign that. Defendant Williams may pursue restoration of his license with the Michigan Secretary of State. I don't know if that changes anything, but I am willing to set this if you want to speak with Mr. Cooper concerning Mr. Williams' motion. I'm not going to sign any order. What I would do is, based on representations of Mr. Williams, I would adjourn this out for 15, 30 days so you have contact with Mr. Cooper. Since now we have another lawyer on the other side. Mr. Quinn, I'll leave that up to you. Everything remains the same because this is Mr. Williams' motion.
Correct. I have no problem with an adjournment.
All right. Yeah, so there's several things that I'll indicate those. All right. So I'm going to say on the State Farm case, I'll indicate who appeared. Okay, so I'll indicate that State Farm appeared. As plaintiff. And D2 appeared as Percy Williams. D2 is represented by counsel now for his own representations. And that is Joseph Cooper. Now, Mr. Cooper would have to file an appearance with the court, so he's got to file. Let me indicate the Nowden Law Firm if you want any contact information, Mr. Quinn. It's located at 155 West Maple Street. 155 West Maple Street, P.O. Box 316, Mason, Michigan, 48854. And the office number is 517-676-6010. And his email address is joseph@noud, N-O-U-D, and noud, ANDNOUD.com.
All righty.
All right, and so we will adjourn plaintiff's motion and wait for an appearance to be filed on his behalf. And we'll adjourn, I would say at least 30 days out.
Okay, sounds good.
If not more, but at a minimum 30 days, since this is the plaintiff's motion. I'm sorry, this is defendant's motion. I keep saying it's plaintiff's motion. This is brought on behalf of yourself, Mr. Williams. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. No. Over 30 days, most likely.
July 31st.
We'll set for July 31st at 1:30. Do you need any more information concerning Joseph Cooper, the attorney, Mr. Quinn?
I think I'm all set, Your Honor.
All right. You can indicate I'm not going to sign any order until we have the hearing. I will return the paperwork to Mr. Williams. And then we'll see everybody on July 31st at 1:30. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
All right. Thank you,
Mr. Quinn.
You got it. Have a good day.
You too. All right, and Mr. Brito, you can come up here. All right, all parties appeared and met in a breakout room. Mr. Royce, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Brito in a breakout room? You'll have to unmute, sir. You'll have to unmute, sir.
Forgive me, Your Honor. Yes, although we did not settle the case in the breakout room, I believe I am optimistic that we will settle this. So I think we're just going to ask for 60 days discovery order.
All right. So if you do a regular, or do you want a discovery order for 60 days, or do you want me just to adjourn this for 60 days?
Adjourn would probably just be easier. I think we're going to get it resolved.
All right. I'll adjourn this matter for 60 days, and then we can come back and we can do it. If it doesn't resolve itself, we can set a pretrial order set up. All right. But we'll adjourn for 60 days to August 25th at 8:30. We'll adjourn, and then we'll adjourn the pretrial to that date. If it's not resolved by that date, we'll just fill out a pretrial form, okay?
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
And Mr. Royce, you have that date of August 25th at 8:30.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set, sir. Yeah, if you wait right there, we'll just give you your notice right now. So we don't have to mail it to you.
If we do resolve things within the 60 days, I don't have to appear back.
No, I'll wait to hear from the parties. We need that hearing.
Mhm.
If it's all cleared up, you should be fine. If you don't hear anything, make sure you come, all right? But if they tell you, we'll take care of it, then I'll just await. That's your hearing date, all right? Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Ned and Mr. Harris, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll see you next time. Yes, a long, hot day is right.
I will see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Hopefully what will be less of a hot day.
We hope, but who knows?
Yeah.
I think we're set. It looks like it's gonna be hot till Wednesday.
Yeah, I see that thing. Maybe it's supposed to be a bit hot, but also I think it's supposed to be raining and stormy for the rest of the week.
Right, so
I hope that makes it cold.
I don't know.
Fingers crossed. Okay, you and your staff have a good night. Your
All right,
Honor.
you too, Mr. Harris.
And you want me to get the door?
I'm going out that way anyway, but thank you.
All right, and I did parts one and two of the jury instructions. So, and that literally is an adult daughter fighting with her adult dad.
Great.
So,
Can't wait.
so you get the picture.
I'm really gonna not sleep tonight. The excitement. I love jury trials. They're my favorite.
Yeah.
I still blame this on you. You want one so they.
This is, it's kind of hard not to blame you, Megan, because
wanted a
you
jury trial.
really wanted a jury trial bad.
When did I ever say I wanted
When
a
you
jury
started.
trial?